Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the graduates procession. You may be seated. A round of applause, please, for the 2022 group of graduates from the Caribbean Maritime University. And now, please welcome the academic procession. May I invite the members of the academic procession to be seated. We are now going to be welcoming the procession of flags. Ladies and gentlemen, it is raining outside, or as we call it here, showers of blessing. And therefore, we're going to be just taking a few minutes to allow members of the audience, including those families and family members and friends and well-wishers who have gathered, to get inside the auditorium before we continue with the proceedings. We're asking that persons who just arrived quickly make your way to your seats. We are about to continue with the procession of flags.
Mount. Cut. Up. Flag part. Left and right. Turn. Boy the front. Quick march. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Hey. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Hey. Left, right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 graduation ceremony of the Caribbean Maritime University is about to officially begin. Please turn off your mobile phones and other devices. A reminder that the CMU has official photographers for the event, and no one is allowed to approach the presentation area to take photographs. Please note that the exits are located at the back of the room and at both sides of the stage area. Please stand for the entrance of the chairman's procession and remain standing for the national anthem. You may be seated. I would like to invite forward Professor Gordon Shirley, Chairman of the University Council, to deliver the official welcome.
The Honorable Edmund Fuller, Minister of Education, the Custos of Kingston, the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Education and Youth, the Honorable Babsy Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, Her Excellency Maureen Tamauna, Nigerian High Commissioner to Jamaica, His Excellency Fermin Gabriel Quinones Sanchez, Ambassador of Cuba in Jamaica, His Excellency Sergei Petrovich, Ambassador of Russia to Jamaica, His Excellency Oliver Guinovart, Ambassador of France in Jamaica, Professor Andrew Spencer, our University President, Mr. Mark Sampson, President of the Caribbean Shipping Association, Rear Admiral, retired Peter Brady, Director General of the Maritime Authority of Jamaica and Council Member. Guest speaker, Mr. Dave Chang, Senior Vice President of Carnival Cruise Lines. Other members of the Caribbean Maritime University, including Vice Presidents. I wish to single out the Deputy to the President, Professor Ibrahim Ajaguna, and Vice President of Administration, University Registrar, Ms. Keisha Walker, as well as the other Vice Presidents and heads of faculties and centers. Other specially invited guests, including heads of agencies, as well as stakeholders in the maritime, logistics, and related industries, valued partners such as the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, the Shipping Association of Jamaica, and the Port Authority of Jamaica. Families, friends, well-wishers, visitors, and the most important people in the room this afternoon, the CMU graduating class of 2022. Good afternoon. Yes, you can clap. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. These words, uttered decades ago by the late former United States President John Kennedy, represent my charge to you today, graduates, as we gather to celebrate the end of one journey and the beginning of another. They say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, you have made a giant step towards a future filled with promise by reading for and completing your degree programs. This year, just under 700 undergraduates and 30 graduate students have been awarded degrees. These degrees cover a variety of areas, including the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies, Faculty of Shipping and Logistics, Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, the Center for Security, Counterterrorism and Non-Proliferation, and the School of Graduate Studies. As Chairman of the Council, allow me to first congratulate you for a signature achievement in your story. It comes after years of hard work, often through difficult and trying circumstances, and for some of you, after overcoming incredible odds. Class of 22, you have a unique history. No class of graduates from the CMU, which dates back to September 15th, 1980, has had to figure out how to survive and indeed thrive in a global pandemic. In March 2020, we were forced into virtual classrooms instead of face-to-face ones. You had to figure out how to learn in new ways and to collaborate in using new paradigms, all while keeping yourself and your loved ones safe. Some of you have lost loved ones, family members, and even friends. But in spite of it all, here you are today. Congratulations. Now the work begins, and that work demands even more of you than perhaps of any generation of graduates before you. Which brings me back to where I started. Why is my charge to you to ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? I say that because it is important that you do not forget the context in which you are gathered today. Outside of these halls, a robust debate continues about the sums being spent by the government at the tertiary level. Tertiary education accounts for about 18% of that which is spent in the sector. And some argue that the sums allocated to the tertiary sector could be better spent elsewhere, for instance, in early childhood education. Others complain about equity and quality. That is a very important debate for you to consider as you go forward. In other words, remember the investment made in you by your country, including, of course, your own family members, loved ones, friends, and many of whom are in this very room celebrating with you today. To whom much is given, much is expected. Much is also expected of you in the context of the opportunity that the maritime and related industries represent for the transformation of your personal lives, your families, your communities, and your country. Let us consider for a moment that over 80% of the volume of international trade in goods is carried by sea, and that the Caribbean Sea is one of the principal waterways by which ships bring goods from all around the world. In other words, the Caribbean Sea represents a gateway to jobs for you, but also a gateway to national and regional development. And by attaining your degree at the Caribbean Maritime University, you have obtained a key to that gateway, an opportunity to help spur the sustained development that has been elusive for many Caribbean peoples and many Caribbean countries. Finally, much is also expected of you in the context of the challenges that the world now faces, from climate change to cybersecurity failures and threats, from digital inequality to debt crisis, from extreme weather to infectious diseases. The world faces clear and present dangers that you will be called on to solve. These challenges will require new ways of thinking, new ways of collaborating, and new ways of problem solving. But the reality, both in terms of what you've learned inside and outside of the classroom, you have demonstrated that you have what it takes to face these challenges head-on and prosper. After all, you faced one of the biggest challenges the world has ever seen yourself, which is the COVID pandemic. And if your presence here today is any evidence, you may have been bruised in the fight, but you were certainly not broken. Congratulations, class of 2022. You have fought the good fight and kept the faith. Now your task is to finish the race. We are met here today in order to mark by a public ceremony the academic achievements of certain members of the Caribbean Maritime University. We are an academic community of undergraduates, masters, and holders of diplomas and certificates. We are dedicated to redefining maritime excellence through innovation and technology. We pursue knowledge and encourage learning. It is therefore appropriate that as a body, we should celebrate the achievements of our graduating class of 2022. We rejoice with them on this achievement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Professor Shirley. I'd like to call forward the president of the Caribbean Maritime University, Professor Andrew Spencer, to deliver the president's remarks.
The Honorable Stedman Fuller, Custos of Kingston, the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Education and Youth, the Honorable Olivia Babsy Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, members of the shipping community here present and other maritime-related industries, members of the platform party, or faculty, or leadership, most importantly, our graduates, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the 2022 graduating class of the CMU. I feel particularly privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to stand here as the president of the Caribbean Maritime University. Let me repeat that. As the president of the, oh, you don't understand the value of what I'm saying? The president of the Caribbean Maritime University. And my speechwriter says I'm here to bid you farewell. But indeed, it's just see you later. This is my first graduation ceremony at the CMU, and I hope that the members of faculty, staff, specially invited guests, and your family and friends will rise to join me in creating what I hope will be a new tradition at this ceremony, which is to offer you a warm round of applause as we formally extend to you by standing on our feet, everyone except the graduates, by standing on our feet and giving a loud and rousing round of applause to this phenomenal group of graduates. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. You may be seated. Congratulations are the first part of a four-part core plan that I want to personally share with you today as we reflect. I call this plan your core plan for your future, and core is really just an acronym. But how many of you know that you need a strong core to exist and to survive and to do well in this life? Those who do exercise will tell you that it is the core strength that enables you to be prolific at sport. And so the first letter in core is to celebrate yourself. The sober truth is that this life is not a sprint. It is a marathon. And as Buju Banton put it, I know many of you know it, it's not an easy road. Many see the glamour and the glitter, but them think of better roads. But you got here, ladies and gentlemen, while overcoming hurdles. You got here while overcoming frustration. You got here while thinking you would run out of breath. You got here while thinking you would run out of steam. The challenges were constant. The reality is that challenges are constant and will forever be constant because change is constant. Late former United States civil rights giant Martin Luther King Jr. said it well when he noted that our very survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenge of change. So as you proceed on to the next leg of your journey, those challenges will be constant. And so, embrace them. I joined the CMU on the 12th of September 2022, so I did not have the chance to meet and to engage with many of you and to walk this journey personally with you. But your very presence in this room tells me that you are fit for purpose. Clap yourselves. See, there's something powerful about this time and this place. I argue that no matter where you come from, which faculty you joined, or which studies you decided to pursue, there is one thing in common about all university journeys, and it is what you learn outside of the classroom. For many of you, this was the first time you had to be as self-motivated with no one watching whether you came to class or completed assignments. For others, this was the first time you lived on your own, managed your own personal budget, figured out how to get around on your own. When you surmount those challenges in the marathon that is life, others will present themselves. So the first part of my four-part plan to you is celebrate this moment, especially when the worst days come. It is especially on your worst days, ladies and gentlemen, that you need to remind yourself that every day you did not think you could make it through is behind you. Class of 22, give yourselves a round of applause. Because it took guts to get here. Let us go back to this notion of core. It took a strong core to get here. And so the O in my 4-point core plan stands for obstacles. Perhaps one of the most annoying phrases I've heard and continue to hear, and it's bandied about quite popularly, is the notion that obstacles are opportunities. But trust me when I tell you, they really are. My greatest opportunities in my life emerged out of my greatest obstacles. So let us confront and embrace them head on. In doing so, though, let us not forget the responsibility, and that's the R in the core plan. Let us not forget the responsibility to our family, to our communities, and our country. I know that in the age of advanced technology, when so many things seem to be at your fingertips, the fact that so many Jamaicans and Caribbean nationals do not have university-level training may seem strange to you, but it is the stark reality. So think of yourself. How many of you are the first people in your families to complete a tertiary degree? How many of you were not sure that after you started, you would end this journey? How many of you had to overcome illnesses? I understand there are those who have overcome cancer to be at this moment. Round of applause. There are those who have overcome stuttering to be at this point. There are those who have encountered a myriad of illnesses, but here you are. To get you to this place and this time, your family, your friends, and your country have all sacrificed to help support you and finance your education, whether directly or indirectly. Never forget that. So, you owe it not just to yourself, but to your family. And so I ask that you at this moment give your family members, the support systems around you, a round of applause. You have a responsibility to make them proud. You have at your disposal the CMU advantage. That's a big deal, you know. And the one thing I regret in my life is that I don't have the CMU advantage because I don't have a certificate from this noble institution, but moving from this point, you have the CMU advantage. So spare a thought while you are celebrating yourself, as I propose that you must do, for the people who have helped you to get to where you are. Some of them in this very room. One of my favorite anonymous quotes is this one: excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and the vision to see obstacles as opportunities. One of the posts on the CMU Instagram page, yes, I am on social media, demonstrates what a culture of excellence can do. And if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to go and look. I'm talking about the 2020 Business Mingle, which displayed some of the smarts and innovation of CMU students. This included students who came up with the idea of creating an entertainment company to cater to the needs of their fellow students. Another example was the courier service founded by another student. Yet another of our excellent students came up with a barbering service, and still yet another realized the challenges some of their colleagues were having and devised a service to place students in homes in the Harborview area. Another enterprising student founded a real estate company. These were truly innovative ideas, not by staff, not by the leadership, but by our students. Students did this, some of you in this very room. And so today's graduation ceremony is another example of where a culture of excellence can take you. It is your excellence, and that's the E in the core plan, that will change the world. But again, you are fit for purpose. No generation, ladies and gentlemen, has ever completed 2 years of schooling online and 2 years offline. You are unique. And yet, in spite of all the challenges, here you are. So today, as I like to brand it, the Innovation and Simulation Capital of the Caribbean, the CMU, graduates for the first time degree holders in mechatronics, in industrial automation and marine biotechnology. This is an important first time. This is profound. It is a day to be marked by the history it creates. What a time, what a place. Today we sign multiple partnership agreements, ladies and gentlemen, as I close, for a future filled with tangible outcomes. It's a powerful place and a powerful time. You could not have chosen a better time to graduate. And for those of you who may have taken a little longer than you should have, you may be questioning that. But you could not have chosen a better time and place to graduate. You're graduating at a time when full-on face-to-face celebrations are possible. At a time and place where the best of the best are lining up to partner, as evidenced by Carnival Cruise Lines being here today, among our other industry players. This means greater value for your degree. It's not just if one company decides to hire you all, but it is the premium that these partnerships place on your certificate. Carnival is here, as I mentioned before, not just to speak, but to act. So partnership agreement number 1 as I close. As you vow to be positive ambassadors of the CMU brand, so will the leadership of this noble institution vow to perpetuate a legacy of greatness. Partnership agreement number 2. As you vow to apply your best efforts in industry, or industry partners who are here represented through the CSA, through Carnival Cruise Lines, through many other players, through all the shipping associations of the region, commit to continued support of your employment prospects and the mentorship of your journey. Partnership agreement number 3. As you vow to contribute to your country, the region and the world, the governments here represented vow to absorb and utilize the value you will provide. Ultimately, this is a marriage without the option for divorce or separation. You are part of our family. It's not a marriage only of convenience, but it is a marriage of love. Together, we remain on board. Together, we sail. Together, we soar. Walk good and navigate like true champions.
Chairman, I now ask the public orator, Dr. Yvette Johnson, to present Mr. Amori Rafael Diaz, whom the Academic Board and the University Council have been pleased to recommend for the award of the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa.
The honorary graduate is unable to be with us today in person, but by virtue of technology, his image will be shown on screen. Awesome. While this citation is being read in his absence, his daughter, Tracy Bisland, will receive the citation and award on his behalf. Citation for Dr. Amori Rafael Diaz, Doctor of Laws in International Shipping, honoris causa, November 17, 2022. Amori Rafael Diaz, visionary, trailblazer, leader extraordinaire, born in this beautiful month of November 6, 1930. This firm yet caring Belizean exuded the hallmarks of excellence from the start. The journey, which started in Belize, would take him across the Caribbean with a record of service spanning business, the community, volunteerism, and several other sectors. Educated at St. John's College, Mr. Diaz began his career working as an accountant with the Commonwealth Development Corporation. He served this organization in several different Caribbean countries for 16 years until he landed and made a home with his wife, Carol, in Jamaica in 1961. Once you've come to Jamaica, you can't go back. In the year 1969, the beginning of his life and solid relationship with Grace Kennedy, where he joined the company as an accountant, was marked. His impressive technical expertise in finance, coupled with his loyalty, and commitment to the company was steadfast. He possessed the kind of strong leadership skills and imaginative approach that was right for Grace Kennedy. By 1973, he was appointed financial controller, and in 1976, he was made finance director. While acknowledging that the 1970s was difficult, Mr. Diaz thought that the experience of the 70s was invaluable. Within Grace Kennedy and Company Limited, there was no doubt that there would be an imminent change in the apparent line of succession. Wisely, 3 years after previously announcing his impending retirement, Carlton Alexander had moved to find agreement on the choice of the next CEO of Grace Kennedy, and unanimously, Mr. Diaz was appointed as chairman and chief executive officer, 9 years after his appointment to the post of deputy chairman in 1980. Under his leadership, Grace Kennedy made strides towards being the corporate giant that we now know today. His sharp eye for innovation saw him implement the total quality management system that positioned the company to compete in global markets. He also carved out the company's code of ethics and business conduct and is credited for documenting the company's policies, procedures, and corporate history. Along with this, he had a sensitivity to the corrosive effects of the brain drain experienced in the 70s and 80s. And so Mr. Diaz moved to develop Grace Kennedy's Learning Center. His objective was to get the Grace Kennedy people to be the best in the world. What they could not learn in-house at the Learning Center, he encouraged the staff to get externally, with many staff members earning MBAs and even law degrees. The driving force behind his enormous success is not just seen in his ability to make hard decisions, but in his quiet wit, his sense of humor, and in his ability to persuade those around him to excel. He kept a low profile, despite being the head of one of the most visible and notable companies in the world. And this is a result of him being the ultimate team player. He never sought the spotlight for himself, but he allowed others to shine and to grow in their own spaces. The ideology has spread to the wider community, and he added tangibility to his philosophy of giving meaningful contributions to society. He gave voluntary service to organizations such as Addiction Alert, the University of the West Indies, Development and Endowment Fund, and the Young Men's Christian Association. It was this thrust to serve the wider community that led to his involvement with the then Jamaica Maritime Institute. And he became chairman of the Trust Fund, a nonprofit organization serving the institute whose name it bore. That, in verity, was the precursor of what is now our Caribbean Maritime University. The Trust Fund was established in 1996 with Mr. Diaz as the chairman. The mandate was to provide scholarships, business bursaries, and grants to deserving and needy Caribbean students, not just Jamaican students, but students from the Caribbean. As a nonprofit, the fund receives its cash mainly through fundraising activities. Mr. Diaz has always been instrumental in receiving funds to award the CMI, now the CMU students. He has overseen numerous disbursements to worthy students, deserving students, who are now making waves with the maritime and related industries. For his tremendous support to the Jamaica Maritime Institute Trust Fund, and by extension, the Caribbean Maritime University, as well as for his expertise, his visionary leadership, and outstanding contribution to Jamaican and Caribbean society, the Caribbean Maritime Institute today is proud to confer the degree of Doctor of Laws in International Shipping, honoris causa, to Amori Rafael Diaz with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereto. Mr. Chairman.
We'd like to invite forward the honorary graduate's daughter, Miss Tracy Bisland, who will be collecting the citation on his behalf.
By the authority vested in me by the Academic Board and the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I now confer upon Amari Rafael Diaz the degree of Doctor of Law, honoris causa, of the Caribbean Maritime University.
As we indicated earlier, the honorary graduate has given his thank you remarks via recording done on his behalf by his daughter. Please direct your attention to the screens.
It's indeed an honor and privilege to accept this award with humility. I would also like to thank Mrs. Selma Williams, Manager, Administration, and Ms. Keisha Walker, Acting Vice President, Administration, University Registrar, for nominating me. Special thanks to the CMU Council for accepting this nomination. This was indeed a surprise. I have served for approximately 12 years being Chairman for the Jamaica Maritime Institute Trust Fund from the inception in 1996 to 2008 when I retired as Chairman. It was a good deed to have served as Chairman for the Jamaica Maritime Institute Trust Fund. The Jamaica Maritime Scholarship was a premier scholarship. The first recipients of the Jamaica Maritime Scholarships were Miss Kamara Lambert, Mr. Rohan Facey, Miss Shelley Ann Tyrell. These awardees are currently working in the shipping industry. The above recipients pursued a diploma in shipping and logistics programs. The Vance Lanneman Scholarship commenced in 2003, and the first awardee was Miss Carleen Plummer. The second awardee was Mr. Jerome McFarlane. These scholarships were funded by contributions from members of the CMI Board of Directors at that time. The late Dr. Sir Vance Lanneman, who was the founder of CMI, played a significant role in the development of the Institute when the Norwegians were funding partners of the Institute. Soon after, the Lucian Rattray Scholarship was established. The family of the late Lucian Rattray contributed to this scholarship. This scholarship was awarded to Mr. Craig Nelson, who was pursuing a pre-C program at that time. In February 2005, the Monica Silvera Scholarship was established by the Caribbean Shipping Association. The scholarship was to honor the late Monica Silvera, first Executive Vice President of the CSA. The scholarship is not only for Jamaicans, but the wider Caribbean nationals. During my tenure as chairman, the JMI Trust Fund Board consisted of 10 members. Most of these members were from the shipping fraternity. Lieutenant Commander Mike Paul Rodriguez was the first Jamaican principal when I served as chairman. In 2006, Dr. Fritz Pinnock came on board, and he was Secretary General, and Mrs. Vivette Grant was Deputy Executive Director. The success of the trust fund was due to some key members who created the guidelines. Mr. David E. Singh was the chairman for the scholarship committee. Miss Carol Pickersgill was a legal representative who formulated the trust deed. Other key members were Mr. Carl James, Mr. Clive Forbes, Mr. Everoy Johnson, Mr. Ruel Gibson, Mr. Trevor Riley, Miss Rosalie Dollinson, Freddie Layton, Treasurer, and Mr. David Powell. It was my pleasure to have served. Thank you.
Our congratulations again to Dr. Amari Rafael Diaz, who's been awarded the degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa of the Caribbean Maritime University. A round of applause again, please. We will now have a cultural item by the CMU Creative Arts Department. They will be singing Sia's Unstoppable.
Yeah, yeah. I'll smile, I know what it takes to win this time. I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Put my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. There's never the right time. I put my arm around, show you how strong I am. I put my arm around, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. And I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today, yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Break down, only alone I will cry out loud. You'll never see what's hiding out deep down. I know, I've heard that to let your feelings show. It's the only way to make friendships grow. But I'm too afraid now. I put my arm around, show you how strong I am. I put my arm around, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today, yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today, yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. I put my arm around, show you how strong I am. I put my arm around, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. And I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. And I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today, yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today, yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today.
Thank you very much, members here of the CMU Creative Arts Department. A round of applause again. And now it is time for our keynote address, and I would like to welcome Mr. Dave Chang. Dave Chang is Carnival Cruise Line's Senior Vice President of Contact, in charge of the Contact Center, Sales and Service. And he leads a broad team responsible for driving revenue and customer support for the world's largest cruise line. As one of Carnival's most senior sales executives, Dave leads more than 1,400 sales and service professionals with a people-first mantra that recognizes that employee engagement is critical to an organization's success. He has a proven track record of achieving significant business results and driving consistent revenue growth that has helped make Carnival the most popular cruise in North America, and which serves more guests than any cruise line across the globe. A 30-year cruise industry professional, Dave started his career at Renaissance Cruises. In 2001, Dave joined Carnival Cruise Lines as a sales manager for the outbound consumer sales team, and he has held various positions of increasing responsibility over the last 2 decades, leading to his current role. Dave moved to South Florida from Jamaica with his family when he was 16 years old. Upon arriving in the US, he went straight to work. He later returned to school to earn his Bachelor of Arts in Business Management while working full-time. Additionally, he graduated from Columbia University's Advanced Management Program, which is tailored for the development of business leaders. He's active in several charities and has a passion for giving back to others less fortunate. He also dedicates his time to his project of working with his alma mater, York Castle High School in St. Anne, Jamaica, where he sponsors multiple students through annual financial scholarships, and he's a guest speaker for the travel and tourism class. His goal is to share with others the incredible opportunity that the travel and tourism industry has afforded him, and he acts as a mentor and role model both in his professional and personal life. He and his wife, Charlene, reside in South Florida, and they are the proud parents of 3 sons. Please give a warm Jamaican welcome to Mr. Dave Chang, Senior Vice President of the Contact Sales Service for Carnival Cruise Lines. He will deliver the keynote address.
Don't let the devil blow your mind. Do you realize black people so serious, cantankerous and dangerous? It's only in the Father, you know I put my trust. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. What really are going on today? All over the world,
everyone is in a. That's right. Rewind. Pull up, Mr. Selector. I'm in the house. Are you ready for me? Before we begin, I just have to say one more thing. Those 2 talented singers, let's give them another big round of applause. If I had any contract in the music industry, I would be all over them right now, I can tell you that. Let me tell you, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be here today. I can't tell you how excited I am. When I think about the introduction video that I sent in advance, I specifically asked the graduates, so I'm looking at all of you right now, where is the invitation to me for the after party? I didn't get one yet. So I spoke to Professor right here. I spoke to Professor Spencer and I said, listen, what happens after 6 p.m. tonight? And he says, you know, Dave, we have something for you later. I'm gonna say, listen, man, listen. Me no want hang with the old people like me, you know. Me want hang with the young people right here. So wherever you are, that's where I want to go. Listen, the song "Time Is So Serious" was done in 1991. It was actually done by Ninja Man, Shabba Ranks, and Admiral Tibbet. And it's interesting. Listen to the lyrics. Time is so serious, cantankerous, and dangerous. And when you think back to that time, my parents, I was 23 years old when that song came out in 1991. 23 years old, so I was your age group. And my parents were worried about me, worried about the times. We had just come off of the crack epidemic in the US in the 80s. They were talking about a potential recession. They were talking about interest rates being high. Now fast forward 31 years, and now we're coming off a pandemic. We're talking about a potential recession. There's a war going on in Europe. And so here we are. So what's the purpose of that? Why did I mention that? Because what I've learned is over time, there's always going to be something happening in the world. So we can't focus on what we can't control. We got to focus on the moment. We got to focus on now. We got to focus on the fact that despite all the setbacks that you guys have been, that Professor Spencer talked about, here you are, still standing, about to walk down this stage. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You not only survived, you're about to thrive. So let's pause for a minute, because I can get excited really, really easy. You know, I gotta tell you, they always design these podiums for the tall people. How come I couldn't get that podium over there, right? The short folks podium. But it's okay. Let's pause and acknowledge some people that have really come here to honor you today, to celebrate you today, to share in this moment with you today. So I want to say, acknowledge the Honorable Stedman Fuller, the Honorable Fayval Williams, the Honorable Olivia Babsey Grange, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, Chairman of the University Council, Professor Gordon Shirley, University President, Professor Andrew Spencer, who I'm building this really good relationship with, and our distinguished guests, the esteemed faculty, and of course, you, the graduates. Welcome. Let's get this party started. Our job, ladies and gentlemen, is to prepare you to the best of our ability. We don't know what the future holds, all right? So all we can do is give you from our experiences and share with you and hope that it will help to guide your next steps. And that starts with an education that you just picked up today. Education, in my opinion, is one of the greatest equalizers of economic wealth distribution. It opens up the doors. They can't tell us we can't come in anymore when you have a college degree from a prestigious university such as CMU. Today, though, is your day. It's your milestone. It's your moment. It's your sacrifice. You're the ones that pulled this off. But there's another group of people in this room that I have not talked about yet that are going to celebrate just as hard as you, maybe even more. I would like every mom, dad, every grandma, grandpa, every uncle, aunt to please stand. Please stand. All the parents, please stand. Don't sit yet. Do not sit yet. I'm talking to you now. You played such a pivotal role in these young people's ability to walk across this stage today. And let me tell you, let's talk about, I'm not talking about the emotional support. You always do that. Your mom, dad, grandpa, grandaunt, all you people. You do that all the time, every day anyway. I'm talking about, number one, the financial support that you give these children to make sure they have the opportunities. Number two, the sacrifices that you make, because many of you gave up your own lives, your own future to make sure you give your child a better shot. And graduates, listen up. The third reason they're going to party hard tonight, just like you, is because you're finally off their payroll. You are now off their payroll. You can sit. So let's give our parents, our relatives, a big, big round of applause to them. Couldn't have done it without them. Thank you, parents. You may be seated. Now, let me tell you something. You young people, I'm gonna call you older now because we're older than you. But your mommy and daddy, when them start celebrate tonight, the only difference between you and them is when the song start playing, how low can you go? But you have it wrong, because they're going to go down there with you. They're going to go down as low as you. They just may have to hold on to you to come back up. But that's okay. We're still going to celebrate with you, right? All right. To say I'm excited to be here is an understatement. When Professor Spencer contacted Marie McKenzie, who's a fellow Jamaican Vice President of Global Ports and Government Affairs for Carnival Cruise Line, she called me and we discussed the opportunity to come here. That was an automatic yes. How could I give up the opportunity to fly to my homeland and to celebrate with my people? How could I do that? I could never miss this for anything else. And my wife, Charlene Chang, I got to give her props because we had plans for New York to get away, to hide away. And she said, absolutely not. This is important. So to say I'm excited to be here is a major understatement. There are multiple paths forward, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple paths forward. And I have to tell you, many of you are going to do things that this world has yet to see. Yet to see or yet to experience. So my goal tonight or today is not to tell you which path you should take. You are one of the most resilient generations based on this pandemic that you had to be over 100 plus years old to experience anything like this. And here you are, ready to move forward. My goal instead is to share with you 5 things that I have learned over my 35-year career. 5 things that I've learned over my 30-plus year career that have become 5 guiding principles in my own life. Now, I say 5 because I was talking to one of our sales leaders, Lennon, back in Florida, and I was telling him, guess what? You know, I decided, I accepted the opportunity to be the keynote speaker at CMU, and he said, Lord gosh, oh my gosh, the most boring part of the sermon. I'm sorry for you, but I'm here. I never walk away from a challenge, so here we go. Now, let me explain something to you real quickly before I begin. None of these, let me set the expectations, none of these are revolutionary. As a matter of fact, I suspect you've heard 1, 2, or maybe all of them. But I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that I am extremely, extremely passionate about these 5 because they've changed my life, because they've helped me to grow. They've helped me to become a better man, a better husband, a better father, and a better leader, and a better friend. So I share them with you in hopes that at least one, and hopefully more, will resonate and help you in your own dreams and your own career. So here goes. I go back to growing up in Jamaica. Little boy in Brownstown, St. Anne. We lived in a place called Liberty Valley, and we lived down the hill. Halfway down the hill was our home. I remember that house because it was the first home my mom and dad could afford to rent after they'd been married for a while and living with my great-grandmother. And so the house was distinctive because it had a garage under the bedroom. And at that time, that was fairly unique. It had been raining for days. And every morning, we got up and get ready for school. I attended Servite Convent Prep. And anyway, this morning in particular, we got up and we got ready. Just as is normal, my dad would take me to school. We went outside. The water had literally washed away the road. And back, the road wasn't exactly wide. But when you look at the road itself, coming out of the driveway, there was this deep hole. You couldn't call that pothole. That looked like a cave. But anyway, it washed it out. So we were not able to back the car out of the garage to go. So my dad said, don't worry. Uncle Louis, which is my godfather, lived up the street. And we could just walk up there and borrow his car so he could take me to school. So as we got ready to walk up, rain had eased up, and we got ready to get started walking. I remember the local guys, the guys with the push cart. We saw push cart derby at Kaiser Bauxite Company back in the days. Those push carts, the people that run around, help women with the grocery, or help you carry your supplies, and they push you and you get a little money. They stood up and said, Mr. Chang, what you do? Hold on, boss, hold on. For those of you watching that don't understand Patois, that is, hold on a second. Hold on, Mr. Chang. So anyway, they stopped my father, and they went out and they got these big rock stones, and they rolled them and lift them up and put them in the hole, just enough for the car to back out delicately and then to drive over them. But that's not the end of the story. You see, my neighbor who lived just below us, because of the gash in the road, if you lived below us, you couldn't pass either. And so he saw what was happening and ran out to his car to drive over it too. And as he pulled up, they said, where you are, go, master? Stop. And they literally took the stone back out of the hole and put it back at the side of the road. Now you have to understand, I am a young kid. I don't get it. My dad and I have talked about this for years. Year after year after year, we've talked about this moment. And he explained it to me. He said, that man has never said hello to those people. He has never said hi once in his life to those people. They felt like he thought he was better than them. So at the tender age of 6 years old, I learned my first guiding principle. The way you treat people matters, ladies and gentlemen. The way you treat people matters. There is this notion today, when you look at the news, social media, it's okay to be rude. It's okay to act like you're better than others. It's okay to act like the people who change your trash can. They're less than you. They're not. If they don't do that job, who does? We should be very appreciative of them. As a matter of fact, you should respect them even more, because you're not going to do it with these degrees, right? So that was my first guiding principle. Fast forward 26, 27, 28 years. I'm now a young sales manager at Carnival Cruise Line in Florida. I have 100 salespeople approximately. I have 4 teams of 25 apiece with 4 sales coaches that report directly to me. Every few months, we get new graduates, new rookies that come on the floor. They train for 4 weeks, and we bring them out. And we think we hired the best. And I got 6 of them this time. There were 24 or 25 in the class. I got 6 because you had multiple sales managers. We competed against each other in sales. The 6 that I got, you look at the floor. You seat them and place them where you have open seats. So we put 2 on the east side of the floor, and we put 4 on the west side of the floor, based on the seating arrangement that we had. In 6 months, when I get back out there, the 2 on the east side of the floor were gone. They didn't make it in sales. And when I went to the west side, the 4 that were remaining, not only were they there, they were doing extremely well. They stayed for years and became top 30%. That means every 3 out of 10. So I asked my sales coaches, what happened? Why would these? They were all such great young prospects. What happened? And they said, you know, Dave, boy, the people that them sit around right here, they never look at the glass half full. They always blamed everybody else. They never understood what it took to be successful. I said, well, what's the difference with the 4? The 4 sat with what I will then call some of the most assertive, goal-driven, competitive people that they ever sat with. You see, ladies and gentlemen, what I learned as a young sales manager is that the environment that we surround ourselves in can be the difference between being successful or failing. Success breeds success, and failure breeds failure. There's a book I read. It's called The 12 Pillars by Jim Rohn. One of the best books I've read. In it, he says, sometimes in your circle of friends, if you can't afford any more friends, you sometimes have to kick out a couple of them so you can insert some friends that are going places, that are winners, that are doing extremely well, because subconsciously that inspires you. So pay attention to who you surround yourself with. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have friends in all places. It means you got to make space for people that are successful, because it will help you subconsciously to keep you driving to be the best. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. Your mother and your father have been telling this for a long time. My aunt, Winnie, who has been the principal for San Bay Primary for over 24 years and an educator for 40 years, she used to say to me all the time, my mom, Dad, I'm sure your mother and father in the back have said this to you, which leads me to guiding principle number 2. Show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are. You've been hearing all your life. That is so true. So, who are you? Who are you, graduates? What is your brand? What do you stand for? You need to determine that before you leave tonight, before you graduate. You need to determine who you are and what's your brand. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. Today, personal brand typically refers to the clothes you wear, the car you drive. Before social media, when you think about your brand, it was your principles, what you stood for. Now, I wrote this down, okay, because it was so important to me. I'm going to quote myself because I wrote it down. It says, understanding your brand helps to define who you are. But better yet, when you know what you stand for, no challenge will break you. No amount of money or success will change you. It will always be a simple question, is this on brand for me? That's what you need to understand. Let me give you an example of that. Christine Duffy is the president of Carnival Cruise Line, the largest cruise line on the planet. And I remembered when she joined Carnival Cruise Line, it was February 1st of 2015. I remember that because we are coming off of an extremely difficult year in 2014. And so when she joined Carnival Cruise Line, January, February, March are the 3 busiest months of the year. That's when most people plan their vacations. So that is here when they start the book. January is the best month. February is the second best month. Third is the third best month. She came in February. So you can imagine how critical that time was. And one of the first things she did was send an email in that month to the entire company. And she said, I am having lunch on these days in the cafeteria, in the break room. Anyone in this company should feel free to join me. Now, I know there were executive vice presidents that put their nose up. I know there were vice presidents like, what is she doing? We're coming off of the toughest year. And she's going to meet with people and lunch? Like, what is she doing? But you see, ladies and gentlemen, when you know what your brand stands for, Christine is about the people. She knew that as a new president coming in to a major cruise line, biggest cruise line in the world, that people were going to be nervous coming off a tough year, that all she was going to do was restructure, change. They could lose their job. So she thought it was so important to make sure she sat, got them comfortable, got them relaxed, focused on executing. We had already had a great January. We were building on that momentum. That, ladies and gentlemen, she understands that people make companies. Companies don't make people. And that is her brand, which is why it was an easy decision for her to do that. I admire her, which is, by the way, lands me to guiding principle number 3. Protect your brand at all costs. Remember that. I told you that. All right, moving on. Last month, I came to Jamaica. Daddy said to me, listen, son, I want to go to Jamaica badly. I have some business to conduct. And you know, when you grow up in Jamaica until you're 16 years old, my dad took me everywhere. At no point, at any time in my history, has he ever said, no, he won't take me. So now it was my turn to repay the favor. He's now 78 years old. And you know, say, if you drive out, that's all right. So anyway, he said, son, can you come with me? Of course I did. It was an honor to take him around. All over Brownstown, we come to Kingston. We were everywhere. Anyway, he said he had some business to conduct at the bank, and he also wanted to give me access to whatever he had here in Jamaica. So you know, I couldn't refuse that either. After that, we decided to go visit some family for brunch. And we sat down, my family. As I pulled into her driveway, I saw this beautiful 2018 Honda Accord Sport. It was beautiful, blue, the rich blue. It had the red leather seats. It had lowered suspension, 20-inch wheels, front spoiler. I was like, man, this is a beautiful car. So I sat down. It was my niece's car. We started talking, and she shared with me that she had the car shipped from the U.S., so it was a left-hand drive car. Anyway, we started talking about it. She said, 3 months after I got the car, I love this car, the lights came on, and it needed to be serviced. So, she lives in St. Anne, but she works at a bank here in Kingston. So she said, listen, I took it to my local mechanic, the guy that's taking care of all my cars all these years, including my mom's car, my father's car, my family's, all their cars. And he serviced the car. 3 weeks later after servicing the car, the lights all came back on again. And it said the car needed to be serviced. She couldn't understand why. So this time, she took it to the Honda dealership here in Kingston. And the service guy came out to her and said, did you service the car? Didn't you see the car said it should be serviced? She said, yes, I did. I took it to my mechanic. And he said, well, to service this car, you first must place it in maintenance mode. You can't service the car without putting it in maintenance mode first, or nothing registers. So why didn't her mechanic know that? Why didn't he know that? He's been a mechanic for years. You know why? Because he hasn't even improved in years. You know why? Because he stopped learning. You know why? Because he stopped reading. He stopped certifying himself. Ladies and gentlemen, what made you successful in the last 5 to 7 years will not make you successful in the next 5 to 7. You got to keep learning. You got to keep reading. You got to keep evolving. You got to keep getting better. This university, this prestigious university, has given you a solid and a strong foundation. This is Maritime University. I'm quoting Professor Spencer, the #1 maritime university in the Caribbean. So this is prestigious. Great. It's a great foundation. But if you stop learning after today, then you're as good as dead in your career. You can never stop learning. Which brings me to my guiding principle number 4. never, ever, ever stop learning. Moving on. Many years ago, Bob Dickinson was the president of Carnival Cruise Line, the longest tenured president of Carnival Cruise Line. And he called me after he retired and said, he has this foundation that's called Camilla's House in Miami. It's kind of like a shelter for homeless, people less fortunate, people struggling, people who have a home, people need a shower, people need to eat. He's such a big believer in that. And I remember it because he called me and said, I want you to do some type of cooking tournament where we can get them competitive and we will donate all this food to Camilla's House. So I said, obviously, he's a former president. Are you kidding me? Of course, Bob Dickinson, you're welcome to come to my team and I'll let you meet with them directly. So he did show up. Friday morning meeting, department meeting, PVP land as personal vacation planners, outbound sales. Most assertive sales team, I say that I'm so proud of them. And I have two of the leaders right here with me. I got to give them props. Anthony Meikle and Aaron Johnson, two of my sales leaders right there. But anyway, he came to me. And when he said to me, he said, listen, let's set it up. I did. So I introduced him. This is the former president of Carnival Cruise Line. You know, I got to introduce him right. So I said, longest tenured president, game changer. This guy revolutionized the industry. He led Carnival Cruise Line to be the largest cruise line on the planet. And then I said, and closed off his introduction with, and he taught me that you should give because it comes back tenfold. I thought I did an amazing job with his introduction. So then he comes up, he takes the microphone, and he says, thank you, Dave, for the warm welcome, but I need to make a correction. I'm like, correction? He said, we don't give because it comes back tenfold. We give because as citizens of this country, as citizens of this world, it is our duty, our responsibility, that when we make it, we got to pull somebody else up from behind. Now, I got to put an asterisk on that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Because I also spoke to a financial planner who said, well, hold on a second here. Let me give you an analogy. When you board a plane and the flight attendant comes out and he or she says, let's go through the event of an emergency, here are the steps you need to take. And they say if the cabin pressure drops or the cabin pressure changes, the oxygen mask will drop from the roof. Place the mask on your face first before you help your elderly parents or your children traveling with you. Why do they say that? Because if you don't, you could pass out and then you're all dead. The point is, before you help anyone else, you must first take care of you. You can't help everybody until you help yourself. But once you make it, you now have a duty to bring somebody else up behind you. I learned that very early in my career. I'm sick and tired of people saying, we can't change the world. I'm sick and tired of people saying, we can't make a difference. We can make a difference. If every graduate in this room today, when you make it, pulls up one other person, do you know the difference it would make in this country? If everybody in this room, there's like 1,500 people in this room. If everybody helped one more person who doesn't have the same opportunity, we can and will make a difference. Which leads me to guiding principle number 5, pay forward. Always pay forward. In closing, I know I went a little long, Professor, but I wanted to get this message out. In closing, it is a tough world out there. There's no debate about that. These are unprecedented times. There is no doubt about that. How to navigate is what we're trying to help you with. But here you are, despite all those challenges, still graduating. Big round of applause to you guys again, please. I only met Professor Spencer a couple weeks ago, and we have been in multiple dialogues since then. Check his pedigree out. Check his background out. Check what he's achieved all these years. He's one of the youngest, if not the youngest, president of a university. Give him a big round of applause, please. Today, you graduates are part of the best maritime school in the Caribbean. Tomorrow, your degree, the value of the degree is only going to go up because his vision, his dream, and his action plan which is already laid out step by step, starting with meeting with Carnival Cruise Line and many others, is to take this school to top 10 in the world. That's how big his plans are. And Carnival Cruise Line is here to support him and stand by him as he accomplishes that. Couple his talent with this amazing faculty that he's assembled that's been here, and you will see this university get to the next level. So hang on to those degrees, because you're going to remember them, that they're not only valuable today, they'll be more valuable tomorrow. CMU is an elite maritime school. They have given you a rock-solid foundation. But better yet, they have given you an advantage. They've given you a competitive advantage. So, CCL, Carnival Cruise Line, and many other companies are looking at you right now. These are highly specialized degrees, and we're going to continue to build on them. The only thing I ask is that you remember how you treat people matters. Have very successful people in your circle. Protect your personal brand at all costs. Never ever stop learning, and always give a helping hand to someone in need. It is my humble opinion that these 5 guiding principles will help you to thrive regardless of the times. Congratulations, you amazing people. I'm so proud to be here with you today. On behalf of Christine Duffy, our president of Carnival Cruise Line, on behalf of Marie McKenzie, our VP of Global Ports and Government Affairs, on behalf of Richard Brearley, a name you should get used to, VP of Crew and Travel Operations, and the entire Carnival team, thank you for inviting us to share in this extremely and very special day. I leave you with one of my personal and favorite quotes. It was written by a friend of mine, Mark Gillenso. He wrote the book, The Entrepreneurial Way. And I leave you with this. You fear nothing. You appreciate everything. Realize that what you need, you already have. It's been an honor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
We are living in a serious time. What a dangerous time. Don't let the devil blow your mind.
Do you realize black people?
So serious, cantankerous and dangerous.
I think we had only intended to play that once, but a pull-up was necessary after that speech. A round of applause again for our keynote speaker this afternoon, Mr. Dave Chang. Looks like he's been looking at our vision to be the Maritime University of choice, says our vision statement, for global leaders. And at this point, the celebrations, really, we're going to turn up the celebrations to another extent, because at this point, we're going to be having the conferment of the bachelor's degrees. So I would like to no, you can applaud. Let's do that again. Applause. Yeah, it's your moment. This is your ceremony. So let me invite forward the university registrar, Ms. Keisha Walker, to command these activities.
University Council Chair, Professor Gordon Shirley, the persons whose names will be called studied at the Caribbean Maritime University, and having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, beg leave to be presented to you and the members of the University Council by the representatives of their faculties as Bachelor of Science or Bachelors of Engineering of the Caribbean Maritime University. Sir, the Dean of the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies, Captain Devron Newman.
Sir, my colleagues and I ask you to receive as graduate members of our community these persons present who, having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, have been awarded to the degree degrees of Bachelor of Engineering in Marine Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation.
On behalf of the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I receive these persons whose names are about to be called and those unable to attend as graduate members of our community.
Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in Marine Engineering, I present Alan Bailey. Orlando Baker. Michael Bambury. Ashley Bell. Tashari Deer. Rajay Ferguson. Sekou Forbes. Rivardo Francis. Romario Goldborn. Tafari Hall. Nicholas Hanchard. Ohaney Henry. Jamie Jackson. Javier Richards. Renardo Scott. Akil Smith. Michael Williams. Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation, I present Stephen Bennett. Ronaldo Kelly. Gabriel McNaughton. Ramado Palomino. Hopeton Robinson. Najib Sewer. Marcus Wilson.
Are you hearing me? I now invite the Dean of the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics, Mr. Philip Matthews.
Sir, my colleagues and I ask you to receive, as graduate members of our community, these persons present who, having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, have been admitted to the degrees of Bachelor of Science in Cruise Shipping and Marine Tourism, Bachelor of Science in International Shipping, Bachelor of Science in Logistics and Supply Chain Management, Bachelor of Science in Port Management, and Bachelor of Science in Custom Processes, Freight Forwarding, and Immigration.
On behalf of the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I receive these persons whose names are about to be called and those unable to attend as graduate members of our community.
Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in Cruise Ship and Marine Tourism, I present Marjorie Bicknell. Shania Brown. Samantha Browning. Jodie Bryan. Gabriella Clark. Roanna Clough. Shade Grandison. Genevieve Grindley. Laverne Hamilton. Cheryl Hutchinson. Janelle Lane. Shanique Rowe. Sean Taylor. Andre Thompson. Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in International Shipping, I present Kemar Anderson. Shania Davis. Delia Blake. Lesenia Edwards. Leonardo Esson. Cheyenne Fonde. Megan Gordon. Stephanie Green. Carice Henry. Javon Jazadar. My apologies. Latanya Higgins. Roger Mackinson. Rochelle Miller. Kyra Mills. Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in Logistics and Supply Chain Management, I present Asani Allwood. Asani Allwood. Amelia Amos. Javian Anderson. Kimon Ashman Mitchell. Nadine Baburam. Jonathan Bailey. Melbourne Barrett. Shanil Bedward. Nashai Berry. Danique Billings. Dakari Blake. Rhodesha Blake. Nicoya Booth. Dana Braham. Aliana Brown. Donovan Brown. Kemar Brown. Sanjay Brown. Sasha Lee Brown. Shanil Brown. Brittany Burbage. Okay. Jehan Bygrave. Nicholas Campbell. Delarno Campbell. Satrina Christian. Christine Clacken. Christopher Clark. Jokini Clark. Donye Clayton. Chantel Coley. Romario Collins. Nicole Cahoon. Donia Maria Cook. Anthony Crooks. Shanae Cunningham. Danique Daly. Dominic Daly. Sanya Daly. Asion Davy. Ashika Dennis. Orette Dick. Cindy Dixon. Ravel Douglas. Ravel Douglas. Damarie Doyle. Malika Drummond. Tiana Drysdale. Sharika Haslam. Sharika. Sheriani Banks. Shanette Edwards. Fiona Ellington. Shura Ellis. Shanique Elliott. Tanisha Evans. Shannon Ennis. Jodine Denal. Michaelia Fairley. Tristan Fisher. Monique Francis. John Forbes. Tiona Dillon. Tiona Dillon. Javid Fletcher. Aisha Carty. Elvis Fong Chong. Samantha Gale. Jordan Hamilton. Shanae Grandison. Sharika Haslam. Giovanni Grant. Lawrence Cowan. Romil Williams. Nicholas Robinson. Sonia Griffiths. Tonya Lee Grant. Kemar Green. Jonelle Gerthy. Stashel Haley. Renee Hamilton. Ronan Hamilton. Shavoy Harridon. Sasha Marie Harris. Alexia Harty. Tonian Hay. Shondell Hales. Jade Henry. Michaela Henry. Adrian Hyatt. Plakena Wokim. Shanoy Grady. Tyrese Heslop. Kamarley Hunter. Takena Wokim. Sorry. Lawrence Cowan. Vashel Hyde. Kimberly Jackson. Danae Ann Jackson. Chanel Jackson. Abigail Johnson. Adriana Johnson. Antonia Johnson. Davion Johnson. Shanil Johnson. Tiana Johnson. Shoshana Baker. Omega Jones. Nikita Joseph. Renika Knight. Christopher Lawrence. Janelle Lewis. Shamar Irwin. Johnny Lawrence. Hi. Come on. Shamar Irwin. Danica Lawrence. Tanika Lewis. Jabari Mayer. Kadeen McCollum. Kadeen McCollum Ellis. Ishali McDonald. Reggie McDonald. Alia McGregor. McDaniel. Ariane Morrison. Candy K. McLean. Kimon Mackenzie. Tyler Mackenzie. Brittany McLean. Milela McNish. Marcella Miller. Shamoya Mitchell. Akiro Morris. Shamur Morris. Shamika Murdoch. Daniel Morgan. Daniel Morgan. Natasha Murray. Trevor Neal. Rajon Nemar. Danica Peterkin. Giovanni Palmer. Akeelia Aker. Cavell Anderson. Tasha Clark. Tiana Powell. Samoya Radcliffe. My colleague, Mrs. Johnson Davis, will continue the presentation.
Daniel Raymond. Monice Moody. Nicholas Robinson. Shanice Reynolds. Shireen Riley Graham. Tajay Reed. Jodianne Ricketts. Rochelle Richards. Novian Robinson. Samantha Robinson. Calacia Reed. Sharika Rose. Anthony Rowe. Richard Ryan. Michaela Robinson. Rubian Salmon. Roxanne Salmon Campbell. Tanisha Saunders. Corny Scarlett. Ashley Scott. Renee Scott. Roshane Scott. Emilio Sewell. Melanie Shaw. Tony K. Shirley. Carice Silvera. Alicia Simmons, sorry. Chanel Simmons. Javane Simpson. Michael Simpson. Chardonnay Slowly. Alec Spencer. Shamar Smith. Kimani Sterling. Yashawn Stevenson. Rashane Sutherland. Kadia Tingling. Drizel Mendez. Fabian Thompson. Tyrell Thomas. Maurice Thomas. Trishawn Taylor. Dane Walters. Ryan Omoy Walters. Wakisho Walters, or Wakesho Walters, sorry. Rosemary Walker. Toby Thompson. Tajali Tolo. Orville Wilby. Shamilia West. Melissa Watson. Dejoni Warchop. Wop. She corrected me. Dejoni Wop. Javada Watkis. DeAndre Walker. Carl Williams. Rochelle Wildman. Leonardo Wildman. Kahima Whitley. Sevon Whiteley. Desian Trishelle Stewart. Chantal Wilson. Nia Wilmot. Nia Wilmot. Kian Williams Brown. Tyreek Williams. Trizelle Williams. Abigail White. Tashika Witter. Anakira Wright. Romaine Wright. Sydney Wright. Natalie Clark Edwards. Jonathan Reed. Ashley Nelson. Deandra Campbell. Oksana Henry. Lashika Skerin. Lashika Skirvin. Adivia Thompson. Brandon Spence. Rasheen Ricketts. Christoni Henry. Monian Levy. Christopher Barnes. Jamil Dunn. Rajil Matheson. Javon Jazadar. Miss Flo Howe. Okay. Makeda Malcolm. Aisha Lee McDonald. Dane Walters. Adivia Thompson. Brandon Spence. Ms. Flo Howe will be continuing.
Bachelor of Science in Customs Processes, Freight Forwarding and Immigration, Ramoya Ali.
Adjust the mic,
Okay. Shamote Brown. Yeah, Ramoya. Ramoya Allen. Shamote Brown. Chrisani Barrett. Kiara Bailey. Brittany Brathwaite. Shannon Brown. Stephanie Burke. Latavia Burke. Christine Campbell. Jada Campbell. Sharon Chambers. Ravon Campbell. Moisha Christian. Skudu Kraken. Latoya Clark. Priscilla Cohen. Davian Coombs. Michaela Crawford. Davian Coombs. Michaela Crawford. Okay. Atalia Daly. Shanice Edmond. Daniel Edwards. Ryan Ellis. Rochelle Downer. Kristen Ferron, Suzette Flowers, Kadisha Francis, Danielle Gallimore, Ashika Gale, Zaria Gilfillian, John D. Green, Britannia Gray, Lydia Grant, Rochelle Gowdy, Leonardo Giscombe, Carice Graham, Damali Diaz, Ariel Foster, Anil Henry, Renee Harris, Terrence James, Ronally James, Vanessa Jackson, Diana Innes, Tonian Ermit, Shantia Lawrence, Celine Keating, Shauna K. Johnson, Deshanae Johnson, Anicia Johnson, Casey Morgan, Brianna McLeod, Shani Mackenzie, Asila Mackenzie, Roxanne Markland, Petulia Page, Natania Palmer, Renee O'Hara, Shamar Morris. Shanice Morgan. Javon Roach. Sharake Reed. Corey Ramsey. Kalia Powell. Tony Jade Page. Brittany Samuels. Amanda Rose. Brittany Rumble. Nikayla Robinson. Anya Thomas. St. Stephen Smith. Kevon Smith. Jordan Simmons. Carol Scott. Davian Warren. Chrisan Thompson. Raquela Thomas. Rashikwa Thomas, thank you. Mishka Thomas. Kimberly Thomas. Quayne Watson. Abigail Williams. Jamelia Wesley. Aaliyah Walker. Dina Watson Richards. Bridget Knowles. Tralisha Browning. Ashley Williamson. Patrick Williams. Baron Weller. Malay Whitaker. John Claude Woolcock. Ricardo Wilson. Deandra Williams. Tevin Robinson. Elaine Mackenzie. Chikoni Lachman. Alicia Howell. Trishana Miller. O'Shane Young. Brittany Johnson. Michael Miller. Donnelly Clark. Hard to look. Tracy Ann Phillips. Tevin Campbell. Mishka Thomas. Shanae Lindsay. Gary Salmon. Roxanne Markland. Trishana Miller. Danya Marie Cook. Rasheen Ricketts.
So we welcome the pot covers, welcome all of the celebration, but we need people to return inside the auditorium so that we can continue to celebrate the graduates. We're almost at the end. So again, we're asking persons outside in the lobby to return inside the auditorium so we can conclude the function. Again, if you're outside in the lobby or you're in the hallways, please return inside the function, inside the auditorium so we can conclude the function. Things are getting a little bit out of hand, and we need your cooperation to ensure that the rest of the graduates are celebrated.
Chair, I now invite the Dean from the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, Mr. Peter McCarthy.
Sir, my colleagues and I ask you to receive as graduate members of our community these persons present who, having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, have been admitted to the degrees of Bachelor of Engineering in Industrial Automation, Bachelor of Engineering in Industrial Systems, Bachelor of Engineering in Mechatronics, Bachelor of Science in Marine Biotechnology.
On behalf of the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I receive these persons whose names are about to be called and those unable to attend as graduate members of our community.
Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Engineering in Industrial Automation, Levon Howard. Mario Vieira. Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Engineering in Industrial Systems, Hamed Hajaguna. Glenn Bailey. Alexandra Bailey. Kishwada Bell. Andre Berry. Adam Bogle. Fabian Brown. Nathan Brown. Shaquille Sifas. Clevon Davis. Princedale Davis. Shamar Drummond. Dora Dunkley. Donil Dyer. Giovanni Ferron. Shenil Golden. Joel Greensword. Chefaskar Abiwi. Courtney Johnson. Giovanni Johnson. Jordan Julie. Capel Kennedy. Javon Lawrence. Raheem Luke. Basil Maitland. Daniel Martelier. Malik McTavish. Javane Montague. Roshane Morgan. Miguel Mullins. John Paraj. Ennis Reed. Kevon Reed. Stephanie Roberts. Carrie Robinson. Aviel Scott. Kimani Sinclair. Kenisha Gay Spencer. Malik Taylor. Jerome Thomas. Rory Thompson. Shaim Torgot. Leonardo Waldron. Herbert Whittle. Jamel Williams. Rajay Williams. Sean Wilson. Sir, Stafford Wright. Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Engineering in Mechatronics. Adrian Burke. Ramonia Dona. Jordan Dusil. David Graham. Kevon Arson. Jamoy Henry. Mikhail McDowell. Raheem Sims. Sharif Tyndale. Jada Rochelle Walker. Tyreek Williams. Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Science in Marine Biotechnology. Tashage Lapaska. Davia Montauk. Alexis McLeish.
Use this?
I now invite Executive Director, Mr. Owen Ellington from the Center of Security, Counterterrorism, and Non-Proliferation.
Mr. Chairman, sir, my colleagues and I ask you to receive as graduate members of our community these persons present whom, having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, have been awarded degrees of Bachelor of Science, Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, and Bachelor of Sciences, Security Administration and Management. Sir.
On behalf of the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I receive these persons whose names are about to be called and those unable to attend as graduate members of our community.
Thank you, sir. For the award of the Bachelor of Sciences, Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics, I present Salima Afflick. Kadisha Briscoe. Jamie Chevon. Raheem Clark. Javon Dawes. Rochelle Huter. Rihanna Agigal. Daniel Harrow. Kimani King. And Theresa Wright. Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Science degree in Security Administration and Management, I present Everton Anderson. Alton Bailey. Carmichael Ingleton. Orlando Lewis. Fabian McCoy. Junior McLeod. Gladys Reed. Patrick Robinson. Andre Seaton. Darian Siblis. Georgia Smith, first class honors. Romeo Somerville. Angela Spalding Martin. Hector Stone. Karen Thomas. Delano Virgo. Christopher Ward. Renee Watkins. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if you're looking at the stage where we generally are, you'll realize that there is one member of the Cadet Corps, or former member of the Cadet Corps, I should say, former graduate of the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. We celebrate when our graduates do well. In this case, this one has just been released from sea. So I wanted to make him specially welcome this afternoon and to invite Captain Newman back to announce his name so he can take his time on the stage.
Sir, for the award of Bachelor of Science in Marine Engineering, Micah Dwyer.
I would like to invite the chairman forward to welcome the valedictorians to the stage this afternoon.
I now call on the class valedictorians, Stephanie Green, from the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics, and Renardo Scott from the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies to deliver their valedictory addresses in that order. Ms. Green?
University President, Professor Andrew Spencer, Chairman of the School Board, Professor Gordon Shirley, our specially invited guests, heads of departments, deans of faculties, lecturers, other members of staff, and all our families and friends seated here today. A warm welcome and good afternoon. To my fellow graduates, the most special greeting to you all. Looks like we've made it. So pop your collar and big up on yourself. Here we are today, smiling, laughing, and celebrating our sleepless nights, our tears, and of course, our passes and our failures. I'm sure we all remember our first day at university, orientation even. We were all so blinded by excitement for this new journey. Halfway through it though, I'm sure we stopped to say, why did I do this? Or why did I even pursue this degree? Or have first, second, third, or even fourth thoughts about why we came here in the first place. Because after all, what's sweet you, must sour you. However, if it's one thing I know the class of 2022 has learned, it's perseverance. We persevered through our classes abruptly moving to being online due to a global pandemic, didn't we? If it's even to refer to something as simple as those campus days when logistics students were on Block C, death row I like to call it, because walking from there to anywhere else on campus, stressing. We can now form struggle stories from this experience, like our parents used to tell us. Port Royal Customs students suffered a similar fate, I'm sure, because I know looking across from the field from Block A was a complete different story when compared to walking across it to take a JUTC bus. Even our marine biotechnology students who had to be doing labs up until 2 weeks before graduation because, again, COVID displaced us, you persevered. Western campus students, do you remember the long walks you had to take down the hill from campus to get food from Blood by the post office? Perseverance. Even our CSCT and graduates who never knew peace until those IT labs from Mr. Lamont were complete. Let's not even talk about the days when pre-registration was up on us. I know we have a bounce to check in a CMU account and make it reflect before we were even given a green flag for classes, right? I'm not sure how many of you here were on dorm, but those dorm days over by Port Royal, where we had to be fighting mosquitoes for the use of our common area, through all of that, class of 2022, we persevered. Da Vinci sang that life is a journey, it's a long race. And in our race to get to where we are today, we've won and we've lost. We've lost more than just marks on a paper too. We've lost brothers and sisters from within and without our school community. And I'd like us to dedicate this moment of silence to them.
To our administration and the school community at large, we salute you. Our lecturers with the 100+ PowerPoints which we never wanted to read. Our deans at the gates in the early morning scrutinizing us from head to toe with the painful words, "Ma'am, your skirt is too short," or "Sir, your pants are too tight." To the bus drivers who used to take us to and from campus to Harborview and downtown, and even the food shops that we had on our campuses, they all helped. And for the icing on top, how can we forget Sammy, who never failed to put a smile on our faces with his famous line, "Remember me, I tell you." To our families and friends who supported our dreams, held our hands and wiped our tears, the biggest thank you to you all. Every single one of you played an integral role in our holistic development. You all acted as an anchor to our ships in some way, but now we must set sail. To the graduating class of 2022, bachelors and masters alike, whom I had the pleasure of representing holistically as your student union president, I know that we know the growing pains of the words by Jashi. One good, knows a run. And with the drastic change from campus life to fighting to stay alive and motivated to seeing online school through, I can truly say, again, we've made it. But this milestone is merely a stepping stone on the journey to take us to our ultimate goals, where I'll charge you to not only be the best that you can be, but be better than what we've come to see. Because some of us have been tasked with being the first in generations to reach this mark, right? So may whatever capacity we operate in be one that positions us, or country, or region, and dare I say, this world, for change. With that, I implore you, keep moving, and even though sometimes the road ahead may seem insurmountable, with all that this institution has equipped us with, I'm sure we'll all be silver bullets sailing through this world. I recite the words by Popcorn for reinforcement. Although the life is not easy, no say we have to win. And with being charged as the captain for the Spartans of the graduating class of 2022, I say it was an amazing run. And just as we made it through this tenure together, I certainly hope to cross paths with you in our better parts of our future. And until then, graduates, what we say? Catch you at a lie.
Check, check, check. Protocols observed. President, Professor Andrew Spencer. Chairman, Professor Gordon Shirley. Yes, thanks. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Dave Chang. Council members, executive management, faculty and administration, donors, distinguished guests, family, friends, and the graduating class of 2022, a pleasant afternoon. Trust me when I say that it is with great honor that I am granted the privilege of standing before you this afternoon, not only offering our shared experiences as a group, but also to inspire you, the graduates, to be ready for the exciting new adventures that lies ahead. I must express gratitude to our university and its staff for making this ceremony face-to-face, because I can attest that my fellow graduates and their dearest supporters did not want to celebrate this ceremony from their virtual screens. I know. We wouldn't want another way of saying thanks for the continued support you guys provided as parents or guardians in completing this milestone safely. Now, August 26, 2018, at 1600 hours was when our journey as cadets started. From parishes all over Jamaica with the extension to the Caribbean, total strangers became a collective group with the mutual objective of completing the cadet program's mandatory indoctrination. The boarding facility was, Admiralty Housing, was undergoing repair. As such, it had to be held at the Port Royal campus. Now, this location was the primary breeding site for the most aggressive sandflies and mosquitoes. They can tell you that. However, this was the least among our list of troubles, as total civilians who came from various backgrounds have to now undergo paramilitary training to be equipped for the day-to-day activities of the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. The shift definitely changed when we were frightened out of bed by the loud blast of a whistle at 4 a.m. in the morning for intense physical training, or PT as you may know it, after which we would be given the maximum of 5 minutes to take a full shower and be ready for the day's activities of marching up and down, about town, all of the sort. I know we all can recall that one time there was no water on the compound, and they ordered that fire truck from CMU to come and blast the boys with water for them to have a proper shower. I can safely say that we were mentally, physically, and emotionally stronger for the journey that lie ahead. We were now able to find the never-existing strength that we had no idea lived within us, to now prove to the faculty that we have met the requirements of being an official member of the Cadet Corps. 2 weeks have passed, and it's now time to take on the dangerous waters of the high seas. Official school has begun. Our families were waved goodbye, and new families were unknowingly welcomed into our lives. The family of friendship. Strangers who struggled so much as individuals have now made the decision to struggle together, lifting each other in our time of discomfort, helping one another to solve that equation, and providing support in plotting that graph. These times of encouragement were of no interest to our senior cadets, however, because being mentally and academically inclined was not your only expectation of the cadet program. One also had to excel in discipline and physical fitness. While most university students had to focus solely on passing their exams, we had the infamous merit list as our top priority. And to excel, you had to top all 3 criteria to be deemed ready for sea or fit for the program. Now, being at the bottom of the food chain was not the most ideal in this situation, as senior cadets 1, 2, and 3 years before us were hungry beasts for the 860 points we got as new cadets. They ensured no rules were broken and did not turn a blind eye to any form of indiscipline. As many would say, as you slip, you slide. For the least of things you were sanctioned, in the classroom and out of the classroom. They were there, waiting for you to make that mistake, just so they can shout, "Hey man, write that demerit card, failure to salute, hands in pocket," or something of the sort. A few might see it as irrelevant, but it was those regulations outlined the cadet program that forged us, as well as many great men and women that went before, who is now in the maritime world doing great things. It built leaders in the classroom, as the cadet in charge was responsible for the daily operations of the entire class for a whole week. It developed punctuality and discipline, as we had morning formation that began at 0740 in the morning, and to be late 3 times for the month would result in disciplinary hearing, where you can lose up to 100 demerit points. With this, you would have 4 consecutive weeks of the infamous MRT, marine-related tasks of doing beach cleanups or any other activities demanded by the office. It also enhanced personal dress and deportment, as you would be inspected from head to toe by your division commander to ensure that you are properly groomed and meeting the standards of the program. The slightest mistake of not having your uniform in line, dirty fingernails, or even a spot of dirt on the heel of your shoes would have you sanctioned. Trust me. Truth of the matter is, you had to be ready at all times. All lecturers got your respect. Those, though from the faculty, were a bit more strict. As a group, we created our own system to ensure that we gain maximum course grade for all courses, then prepare to do our very best on our final exam, which contributed to 70% of our overall grade. We left no one behind. As we knew, we had it more difficult than other university students. We encounter core subjects crucial in our field of study that require a 60% pass mark, compared to the norm of having to only gain 50% to pass a course. I know this may seem as the bare minimum, but parents, trust me, sometimes we fight our most difficult battles, sleepless nights, and left with the brightest smile when we check the SRS and see that 61 or 63%. Oh my God. Throughout our numerous times of both good and bad events, it was evident that the Cadet Corps was a united group. No man was an island throughout our tenure. Support was always granted, and this was evident in the CMU Sports Day, where we would come out on top. Our officers would also try to ease our daily stresses with a few relaxing events, as our annual futsal competition, the cadet dinner, and even our joyful cadet trip, where we will explore some of Jamaica's finest attractions. Yes, our journey was getting adaptable. The obstacles are becoming familiar, and our strategies of studying hard to ace our courses was being granted success, not knowing that deep in the waters was a creature ready to break through the hull of our ships. Matthew Henry said that after a storm, there's a calm, and Hurricane Ian was nothing compared to the last 2 years of virtual learning as the COVID-19 pandemic shook the globe. Here, everything changed. Normalcy was lost. Early morning parade, rap session in the classroom, late night studies with batchmates were all a thing of the past. Our generation of students can testify that though adjustable measures of coping with these devastations were met, this was indeed one of our greatest struggles. My grandma in the crowd always told me, that pressure builds diamonds, and struggled success is great success. So let's not dwell on the 2 years of inclined learning that we had to be in our couches and sometimes our beds behind our laptop screens, barely understanding most of what was being taught. Instead, let's be grateful for this hurdle, because here we are today, proud graduates who endured and conquered the challenges that came with this pandemic. Though our time here has come to an end, the shared memories will live on for years to come. All our moments will be treasured as tears, laughter, determination, and perseverance rewarded us degreed graduates today. For the Marine Corps, we are more than just classmates. We are family. And as we know it, the journey ahead will be a rough one, because smooth seas don't build great sailors. Before us today are future captains and chief engineers that will be contributing wholeheartedly to the maritime sector, conducting over 80% of the world's international trade, very significant in almost every aspect of our day-to-day life. We are here. We are fresh emerging leaders, ready to dominate the scene of a desperate world, one that is in need of our presence, our vision, and positive contribution to a change for better. We can now cross graduation off our to-do list, as this is a done deed. Let's now all take that was grasped from indoctrination through to this day and make the best of it, observing that all things are possible through Christ. Here, we did it, knowing how difficult of a task it was, but difficult does not mean that it's not possible. Graduates, let's throw off our mooring lines. Let's start those engines and let's set sail. Because though we have departed from this berth, our next port call awaits. A resounding congratulations to the class of 2022. Thank you.
No longer graduates, but graduates of the Caribbean Maritime University. A round of applause again for these students who have so ably represented the class of 2020. We are going to be continuing the ceremony with the higher degrees, but just a couple housekeeping matters before we get to that. We want to remind everyone to return inside because we have a special surprise as always. And of course, there's also going to be the toss of the cap. It's a beautiful moment and we want to capture it. And I would also, before we continue, like to specially recognize two persons in the audience this afternoon. They're representatives of the American Caribbean Maritime Foundation. And many of you may know that the ACMF has been one of our stellar partners over the past couple of years. Through their partnership, we have been able to have students who would not otherwise have been able to complete their tertiary studies across the Caribbean come to the Caribbean Maritime University and do so. So I'd like to specially welcome and recognize Dr. Genevieve Brown-Metzger, who is Executive Director of the American Caribbean Maritime Foundation, and board member, Mr. Roland Malins-Smith as well. And he's also, though he will not say it, but I will, a donor to the CMU. I'd like to invite the registrar to continue this ceremony with the award of higher degrees.
Chair. Sir, I call on Dr. Yvette Johnson, Director of Graduate Studies and Research, to present to you members of our community for the award of higher degrees.
Sir, I present to you these members of our community who, having satisfied the requirements of the Caribbean Maritime University, have been awarded master's degrees, and I beg that you recognize their advancement in our community.
On behalf of the members of the University Council of the Caribbean Maritime University, I confer on these persons whose names are about to be called and those unable to attend master's degrees of the university and recognize their advancement in our community.
Sir, for the award of Master of Science in Logistics and Supply Chain Management, I present to you with pride our own staff member, Ms. Antonisha Dilworth. Mr. Robert McCalla. Charmaine Pettigrew. Shanique Rowe. Sean Thomas. Rosemary Walk. with absolute joy for the Masters of Science in Logistics Engineering. From our own academic faculty, Mr. Prince William Louis Lane. From our faculty, Mr. Shane Dwight Ledford. Mr. Shane Dwight Ledford. So nice we have to say it twice. Mr. Sondre Raymond Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Master of Science in Security Administration and Management, Mr. Paul Brian Bennett. And again, for the Masters of Science in Security Administration and Management, Mr. Krishon Donpatrio Clinton Faulkner.
All right, so today is your day. First of all, a round of applause. And because it is your day, we do not want to have anyone left out. So earlier we had someone who has just returned from sea, and right now we have a member of a graduand who is about to become a graduate, who is a member of the engineering faculty who had an emergency, and we want her to have her special moment right now. So I'm going to invite forward the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, Mr. Peter McCarthy.
Sir, for the award of the Bachelor of Engineering in Industrial Systems, I present Dana Janelle Dunkley.
So we say this is your day, and you heard a little earlier on from the valedictorians. But we've also been speaking with you, as well as members of staff, to wish you well as you go forward. And so you have been sharing your own stories with us about your journey at the institution, about what has inspired you and kept you motivated. And so at this moment, we'd like to direct your attention to the screen to listen to the first of two video presentations. This one will specifically focus on the new graduates of the Caribbean Maritime University.
My favorite memory is when persons were presenting, and them used to call me stutter boy because I went up there and stuttering the entire presentation. Favorite memory, but I learned to overcome that.
Hi, my name is Chanel Jackson. I am from the logistics department. My experience at Caribbean Maritime University, it was challenging for sure, but it was worth it. With determination and perseverance, you will make it. So I just want to big up my parents, Gary Jackson, big up yourself, I know you're there. Big up my mother, Ophelia Anderson, my friends, Christine Clacken. Big up the whole of Group C, big up Brit, big up Shanna. Big up on yourself, I know the girl over now.
My name is Nathan Brown. I'm from the engineering faculty.
So we just want to big up all of the engineers, especially at the jetty when we play domino. We normally relieve our stress and our frustration at the domino table. I know I personally, they call me 31 Savage because I got 31 in domino. So that was one of the best and fun experience that we had at the jetty, to be honest.
Hi, my name is Chantel Coley. I'm from the Faculty of Logistics and Supply Chain Management, year group 2017. And a big up on yourself. My favorite memory of CMU is meeting my friends because we form a bond that's phenomenal. I just want to say congratulations to all the graduates. CMU, big up on yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Antonisha Dilworth, a proud graduate of the Caribbean Maritime University. I pursue a degree in Masters of Science in Shipping and Logistics. I want to say congratulations to everyone who make it thus far, and we can do it. I want to also big up my mom, my son Joshua Noel Barrett, and all my supportive system. Thank you.
Hey, Tashika Witter here from the Faculty of Logistics and Shipping. Good memory, just creating positive vibes and opening my mind to new possibilities and learning something new. And I just want to big up Mr. Romeo Somerville. I want to big up God, I want to big up my family, I'm a friend them. I'm a say now, catch you at a lie.
Greetings everyone, I am Adam Bogle.
And I'm Kishana Bell.
I'm Joel Greensword.
Wagwan Spartans, I am John Ford.
And we are the graduating class of 2022. Big up CMU!
What I like most about studying here is that I get to do a lot of intensive and comprehensive research, right? So that is most interesting to me. Also, I want to big up the registry team. Kudos, and you guys, thank you very much for your support.
Hi, my name is Renee O'Hara. I am a very proud graduate. I mean, all the hard work, the sacrifices, I'm so glad that finally has paid off. I want to say a big thank you to my family members that, supported me over the years. A big thank you to KRH, yourself. Thank you so much for all that you have done for me. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Fenil Golden, and I did industrial engineering.
Hi, my name is Tasha Gay Da Costa, and I did marine biotechnology.
And we stand here today as proud graduates.
We studied together and we struggled together, but today we made it.
Cheers to success.
Cheers to a brighter future.
And
cheers to us.
Congratulations again, and we will have a second video in a moment from members of faculty and staff who are also going to be wishing students well as they go forward in the next part of their journey. At this point in our ceremony, I would like to welcome forward a couple of different representatives from different faculties because we're going to be presenting our special and industry awards to the students who have excelled in various fields and parts of academic as well as community life at the CMU. For the Dean's Award for the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, I call on the Dean, Mr. Peter McCarthy, to present the award to Kevon Harrison. Kevon Harrison, first class honors degree. I'd like to invite forward the Dean of the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies, Captain Devon Newman, to make our second presentation. Captain Newman. For the Dean's Award for the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies, I call on Captain Newman to present the award to Rivardo Francis. Again, first class honors degree. Sorry, can we just do that again? a moment, so we wanted to look proper. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite forward Mr. Philip Matthews to present the Dean's Award for the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics. Mr. Matthews. And the award goes to, again, first class honors recipient, Mr. Daniel Morgan. To present the award for the Center for Security, Counterterrorism, and Non-Proliferation, I'd like to invite forward Mr. Owen Ellington, who is the Executive Director of the Center. Mr. Ellington. This award will be presented to Hecton Stone. Keep the applause going, please. Now, we've spoken, this is an academic ceremony, but academics is just one part of what's done in any university, and certainly at the Caribbean Maritime University. So we have an award for excellence in community service. And to present that award, I call forward our president, Professor Andrew Spencer. And the award for excellence in community service goes to two persons. The first is Mr. Adam Bogle. And also for the award for excellence in community service, Kishana Bell. Thank you, Mr. President. Time now to present the Registrar's Award for Leadership. I'm going to invite forward the Registrar, Ms. Keisha Walker. And if you notice Kishana, she's going to have to make it off the stage and all the way around the stage again, because the Registrar's Award for Leadership, as well as the Award for Excellence in Community Service, but in this case, the Registrar's Award for Leadership goes to Miss Kishana Bell. And our final award is for the most all-round student. I want to invite forward University President Professor Andrew Spencer to present this award. And the award goes to Joelle Greensward. Thank you, Mr. President. And congratulations again to the awardees, Kevon Harrison, Rivardo Francis, Daniel Morgan, Hecton Stone, Adam Bogle, Kishana Bell, and Joelle Greensward. As I indicated a little earlier, we have not just been hearing from the graduates, but we will also be hearing from members of staff and faculty who are also going to be sharing their own words of inspiration with students as you embark on the next leg of your journey. Please turn your attention to the screens, the monitors, for the second video presentation.
Hi, my name is Renee Suka. I am the administrative assistant from the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. Graduating is no small feat, so be proud of your achievements. Your good luck will come in waves, but so will your bad. Take the good with the bad and sail forward.
Hi, I'm Arnella Dennis, Records Officer of the Maritime Training Center. Good luck is a residue of your preparation, and your preparation has taken you thus far. Congratulations on your achievement and best of luck for your future.
Hi, my name is Drew Thompson, Discipline Officer from the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. Congratulations on graduating. Your brilliance, ambition, and ability are what brought you here today. And remember, the sea does not reward those who are cautious, but those who dare. Your job is to be you. You will be taking your unique talents and experiences into a world that needs them.
Hi, I am Shamila Dean from the Maritime Training Center. I would like to congratulate the graduating class of 2022. Keep your best wishes close to your heart and watch what happens.
Hello, my name is Noidel Brown, Assistant Dean of Discipline. I would like to extend my best wishes to the graduating class of 2022. Congratulations on making it this far. I know that it must have taken a lot of persistence, strength, dedication, and great discipline. Remember, everything is going to be okay in the end. If it's not okay, then it's not the end. Stay disciplined.
Many paths, one spirit. I am Leslie Johnson Morgan, representing the University Library and the Alumni Relations Office. Today, I wish you a hearty congratulations. Big up. You have done it. We are proud of you, and we wish you all the best. And remember, this is your home. We love you. Take care of yourself.
My name is Odette Bailey from the Office of the University Registrar. I just want to say congratulations, class of 2022. We just want to tell you farewell and all the best on your future endeavors.
Greetings. My name is Yvette Smith Johnson. I'm the Acting Director of Graduate Studies and Research. And I want to say to the class of 2022, congratulations. In this era of catchy hats, you've made it. I want to say to you, however, as I say Godspeed and congratulations, and it was wonderful to have you here, I want to say to you, never, never arrive. Today, your graduation day is your best day, but make it the departure lounge for bettering your best. God bless you. Spartans, fly high. Have fun.
Mark Broomfield, Director of Western Campus. It is truly a great day, and I really want to congratulate our students, especially those on the Western Campus who has toiled and labored, and today you're reaping success. We congratulate you, we celebrate with you. And as you go, we remind you that this is the first mile in your journey. So continue to walk. This is not your end, it's your beginning. New step, new heights. Keep growing, keep moving, keep progressing. And we are here to support you, to encourage you, and to lift you up. Congratulations again.
And as we prepare to close the ceremony, please stand for the playing of the University Anthem.
With God the captain
You may be seated. I'd like to invite our chairman, Professor Gordon Shirley, forward to officially close the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings to a close the public ceremony by which the Caribbean Maritime University has signaled the award of honorary doctorate, master's degrees, and bachelor's degrees to its graduates. The company will now disperse, but not before permitting the procession to leave.
Thank you very much, Professor Shirley. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated while the platform party and the specially invited guests leave. And graduates, we're asking you to come back inside if you've gone outside, because we have a special standoff while this is taking place. You may, in fact, it's probably wise that you do so, take out your cameras, because we have a very, very, very special moment that you will probably want to capture. So again, please remain seated while the platform party and the specially invited guests leave, and take out your cameras as we have a special moment coming up right now. So graduates, first of all, you can stand, please. And after 3, 2, 1, please toss your hats.